Mr. Kevin Winkler, if you could come up and to the microphone here and state your business. Of course, in public comment, we're going to listen to the comments. We're not going to make it, the commissioners will not make any comments, but it's your time to tell us what's on your mind.
Do I need to sit? I'm not sure how this all works.
Yeah.
Sure, sit down. Sit on down.
Get to the microphone.
Okay, is that all right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make this fast because you got a lot more people here than the last time I was up here. I'm winging it this morning. I woke up and did not have intentions of being here, but I think it was the right time after some of the things I heard last week. I noticed we're missing a few people today, but it's 250 years that this book was written. That's, you know, a very important piece of this country. For those in the back, we're about to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and I know that everyone here has taken an oath to the Constitution. Where I'm going with this is I think that too many times our elected officials have forgotten this book right here. We talked about keeping the silos full last week, right? And to me, those silos mean the taxpayers of this county. And we just listened to the bill that went through at the state. We were just whispering about that and some of the atrocities that are probably hidden within that 400 pages. Well, I want to cite a few things that are in this book that are going to just come off the top of my head. And I think that I didn't memorize any of this up until the last year. And that's because some things happened in this county to me personally that I took great offense to. Number one is Article 6, Clause 2 of the United States Constitution will tell us that no state law, no city laws, no ordinances, none of that can abridge what is written in this book. Okay, all those state laws, city laws, things that you do here have to align with what is in this book. You have to follow that. That's what our forefathers want. Well, without getting too deep into it, and since others are missing, I'm going to try and keep it short, but I know that within this county, 18 USC 241, which is conspiracy to commit fraud or deprivation of rights, which is 242, 18 USC 242. I know that both of them have been committed in this county. And it's real important to understand some of the things that are written in here and what our forefathers wanted, because anybody that held their hand up and took that oath, that means something to me, and it probably means something to a lot of other people too. And, you know, just for your own research and whatnot, probably 42 USC 1983 should be looked at very closely, because that's the power within that is going to hold things up when all of this comes about full circle. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening. And, you know, if we've forgotten what is written in this book, I think we need to all step back and really read this before we start trampling on the taxpayers and filling silos. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, sir. Okay. Next up on the public comment would be Tina Munson from Minneapolis, correct?
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Tina Monson. I'm with U.S. Solar. I'm here this morning to request that the board here this morning approve the conditional use permit for USS Eagle Bend. So this is a good project. It is essentially perfectly sited. The closest non-participating landowner's home is 1,300 feet away. It is low to the ground, no more than 6 to 8 feet tall. And of course, we've already committed to screening for any further visual mitigation. This project doesn't bother anyone. It has no pollution, so your air, your water, your ground are pollution-free while creating electricity. There's no noise. We are not impacting neighbors. They can continue to do what they're doing with their own land. We are not impacting them. And there's an increase in production and property tax on this project. That's $20,000 extra dollars a year that this county does not need to tax other taxpayers of this county in order to get that money. This project continues the agricultural use that is on site. So we'll be planting it with a pollinator seed mix, which of course is essentially a CRP mix. We will have sheep grazing, which is a livestock use, and we continue to do our best to ensure for vegetable crop growing, which we have done on one of our other projects, and we're hoping to extend to this area as we already have some partners in line. This is also an example of supporting personal property rights in the county. And really, lastly, there has been virtually no opposition and actually a pretty well-supported project. We had no opposition at the 2 variance hearings, nor at the final Planning Commission meeting. Your staff has recommended approval. The township recommended approval. And we even had a township official in his personal capacity, to be very clear, in his personal capacity, come here and speak in support. We had additional speakers in support as well. So we don't have significant opposition here. I understand that as elected officials, you have many different types of land uses that come across your desk, and that you might not like all of them. But this one, not only does it meet your comprehensive plan and meet the conditions and the standards of your ordinance, and it has had support, I think it's really clear that the choice today is to approve it. We are available for any questions during the agenda item as needed. I do have my legal counsel with me, Tim Kelly from Stinson, in the event there's additional questions from there. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Last public comment sign-in was Gene Greenwald from Eagle Bend, I believe. You want to come up and say something?
Good morning.
Morning.
As you know, I'm the landowner, and I don't see a reason either why this shouldn't be approved. Everything has been done the way it should be. We have done every thing that has been asked for. We haven't had any opposition, and I have felt like this has kind of been shut down rather than looked at and just not approved without giving it a chance, because many of them haven't liked it, and I don't think that's right. I haven't felt like I've been treated very well at all. I mean, I'm a taxpayer and I voted, and this just has not been a good experience at all. I guess I just, yeah, don't see, I had sent a letter to one of the commissioners. I sent letters out to all the commissioners early on, and I sent one, or rather I called one of them also and never heard back. And this has been weeks and weeks ago, at the very beginning. So anyway, I just don't think that I've been treated well at all with this project. So thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I have no other sign-ups for the public comments, so we'll close public comment at this time. Time is 8:55. We'll start our board meeting at 9 a.m. All right, good morning again, everyone. Again, today is Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. The time is 9 a.m., and we are here for the Board of Commissioners' regular board meeting. Present are 4 of the 5 commissioners, as well as our county auditor treasurer and county coordinator. Remember, we're doing official business, so please silence your phones if you have one, or put them on vibrate or whatever your deal is, just so they don't ring. And then at this time, we're going to do a pledge of allegiance, if you can.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Morning, John. And we're at item 3 today, amendments to the agenda. Are there any?
Mr. Chair, I have one. It would be to amend to remove 4.1, meeting minute approval for May 5th, 2026.
Okay, removal of 4.1. Any other amendments?
I have none other than that.
No other amendments. Hearing that, I would need a motion to approve the agenda with the amendment of removing 4.1.
I'll make a motion for approval with the removal of 4.1.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll take a voice vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And motion carried. On to agenda item 4, our consent items.
Today I have 4.2, hire social worker intern Nicole Vigil, start 5/20/26. Hire social worker intern Tina Chuck, start date 5/20/26. Resignation public health nurse Abigail Sipka, 5/26/2026. Retirement social worker Nancy Gabrowski, 8/3/2026. Solid waste seasonal hire Elizabeth Parrish, start date 5/20/2026. Hire Eric Dahl, seasonal recreational assistant, start date to be determined. Hire Braden Lanners, seasonal recreational assistant, start date to be determined. Approve hire clerical records intern Eli Johnson, start date 5/26/2026.
Okay, consent items are there for us. We need a motion to approve these.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Denny. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Newman? Any discussion? Might I just voice up and say congratulations to Nancy Grabowski. I believe it's 37 years. Does that sound right, Jackie?
Yeah.
On a wonderful run with Todd County. Thank you, Nancy. We really, really appreciate it. Any other discussion? All right, hearing no other discussion, take a voice vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Agenda item 5 today is our warrants from auditor treasurer, please.
First one I have today is to approve the commissioner warrants. Background is sent for your review. Recommendation is to approve the commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $125,920.70.
Thank you. Commissioner warrants today are as on the board action form for $125,920.70. We will need a motion to move that forward.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Becker, is there a second?
Second.
And Commissioner Denny gets a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
The next item I have then would be to approve the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants. Background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling the amount of $240,191.17.
Okay, today 5-2 is Health and Human Service Commissioner warrants in the amount of $240,191.17. I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. Discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Denny?
Yes.
Commissioner Becker?
Yes.
Commissioner Byers?
Yes.
The next item I have would be to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants. Background is sent for review. Recommendation is to approve the Health and Human Service SSIS warrants with an ACH and a manual payment totaling in the amount of $152,581.89.
Okay, 5.3, Health and Human Services SSIS warrants. Board action form calls for $152,581.89. Again, I'd entertain a motion to move this forward.
I'll make a motion to move it forward.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Becker, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Denny gets a second. Open for discussion? Okay, here no discussion, roll call.
Commissioner Becker,
Yes.
Commissioner Denny,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Byers.
Yep.
And the next item I have would be a Trails and Parks Board member appointment, and I apologize, this was sent by the Trail and Park, and they have their own format, so we will convert this to our county one. They do have the logo on there, but it just looks a little different. So at this time, they are asking for support of appointing Chris Levine to the Todd County Park and Trail Board.
Okay, we were looking for approval, a new appointment to Parks and Trails Board, Chris Levine. I need a motion to approve that.
So move.
Great. Commissioner Newman, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Denny seconds. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, do we need a roll call on this one?
No, you do not, it's just an
We'll take a
appointment.
voice vote. All right, we'll take a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And carried.
Thank you.
Good job. Moving right along to number 6 today, planning and zoning. We got 6 items on the agenda here for planning and zoning. Morning, Adam.
Good morning. Okay, my first item here, worked with the county attorney's office on this one, is to authorize the repair or removal of a hazardous property. Within the packet, you can see the history of the property and all of the information was put together there for review. This is at 30957 County Road 104, Bertram. And so the options would be to approve or deny a motion to authorize signing of the order of repair or removal. The recommendation would be to authorize the chairman of the board to sign the order of repair or removal requiring the abatement of the hazardous structure under the terms and conditions listed. You can see there's some photos that were in the packet, along with an engineering report that we worked with a local structural engineer to review the structure also. This house here was placed there even before I started here in Todd County, and it's just continued to deteriorate. There was a fire that happened out there, the roof repair, you can see the condition of it there. These are pretty relatively recent pictures here. So the goal is to have the landowner move forward with either repairing it, and that engineering report identifies what needs to be done to bring it up to standard, or remove it, or the option third would be that the county would come in and assess the removal to the property taxes. I don't know, John, if you had anything else to add beyond that.
Well, just 2 things, Mr. Chair. For the record, Lori Reed, the landowner, is also known as Lori Smith at different times during the chain of title. Secondly, for the board's information, Ms. Reed was personally served with notice of this hearing and the materials that the board is reviewing when making its decision. So she knows or should know what's happening, what the board is considering today.
Thank you very much. Ready?
Yep, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so at this point, 6.1 is the authorization of repair removal of hazardous property. And I'd like to entertain a motion or discussion. To authorize me to sign this.
I'll make the motion.
There you go. Thank you very much. There's a motion to authorize this.
I'll second it.
And we have a second. Any discussion at this point? No, no discussion. All right, let's take a voice vote. Those in favor of authorizing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried.
Okay, very good.
6.2.
Is the Pheasants Forever Cooperative Agreement. Pheasants Forever provides funding to Todd County for a local farm bill biologist position that is located at the USDA field office in Long Prairie. The cooperative agreement for this position is required for funding to continue in the next year. The option would be to approve this local cooperative agreement or do not approve. The recommendation is approval of the attached local cooperative agreement expiring June 30, 2027. This is the same cooperative agreement that we review each year to provide funding to this Pheasants Forever position. The agreement was attached here, and there is, they provided a quarterly report from the Pheasants Forever program for you to view also.
Okay, the Pheasants Forever Cooperative Agreement is up for discussion or a motion to approve the agreement for the funding.
Discussion, Adam. The funding for this position, the position stays as long as you have the funding for it, correct?
Right, in these Farm Bill biologist positions have always been funded by Pheasants Forever. And then there's a local match that the Soil and Water pays for, but, you know, we have the county board approve it because the check's really being cut by the county and reimbursed from the Soil and Water. And we like to obviously keep the board involved, aware of what's going on with these positions, but yes, the funding for it comes from Pheasants Forever.
Okay. I'll make
With
a
the
mo-
local match from the Soil and Water, yep.
Okay, I'll make a motion for approval.
Commissioner Becker's making the motion. Would another commissioner want a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second? I'll ask for final discussion. Okay, I'm hearing no final discussion. We'll take a vote. Those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And that one carries.
Okay. Windy Acres, final plat extension. Section 5031 of the Todd County subdivision ordinance requires final plats to be presented to the Board of Commissioners within 12 months from approval of the preliminary plat, unless an extension is requested in writing by the subdivider and granted by the county board. Windy Acres was approved for preliminary platting on June 18th, 2024, requested to extend that 12-month deadline to June 18th, 2026, which was approved on May 20th, 2026, and the landowner is requesting an additional extension for final platting of this property. Options are to approve the extension as requested or do not approve, and the recommendation would be approval of the extension of final platting with a deadline of Windy Acres of June 18th, 2027. And you can see the letter that was submitted by the property owners attached here also. The reason for this is they're having title issues that they need to work out before they can actually get this finalized, and then John can do the title opinion review, and that I'm not an expert on, but takes a lot of time.
So it's stuck with title as
Yeah,
far as
and they're still trying to work through all that
who has what or owns what or
Right.
lines, what lines or
to make clean title before they can actually split this in the final plat.
something without a clean title, yeah.
What's that?
I don't think we want to plat anything that doesn't have a clear title.
That's exactly why we'd have that as part of our process.
Okay, well, thanks for explaining that.
Otherwise, that would just say the conditions of the site or the situation hasn't changed in the last year. So it's up to you if you want to grant another extension. It's the second one beyond the original deadline, which I understand. But outside of that, I don't think there's a huge hangup with granting another extension.
I'll take any discussion or motions. Where is Windy Acres at?
I don't know that I have that
township?
in here. And I don't think I have that folder with me either. I don't even remember what township it's in.
North, south, east, west?
Is that in here?
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't have that. If I remember correctly, it was more in kind of the northeast area of the county.
Okay. Well, commissioners? Looking for an extension. Want to grant an extension?
Yeah, I'll approve the extension.
Okay, Tim. Tim's gonna approve the extension, or he's gonna make a motion.
Yeah, make a motion. sorry.
I'll make the motion to approve the extension. At this point, we can discuss more or get a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Becker. We got a second. I'll ask for any final discussion. Hearing no final discussion, we'll take a vote. Those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. 6.4, vertical bridge request.
Okay, vertical bridge request for CUP, an application for CUP to establish a cellular communications tower on parcel 1300-25100 in Iona Township was submitted on April 13th. Application was reviewed by the Planning Commission during the May 7th public hearing. The final recommendation from the Planning Commission was to grant the CUP with the conditions identified. Options are to grant the CUP with conditions, develop findings to deny the CUP, or remand it back to the Planning Commission. Recommendation would be to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and grant the CUP with the following conditions: that 1, the applicant must abide by all standards of section 9.21 of the Planning and Zoning Ordinance, and 2, that the applicant abide by all other applicable federal, state, and local standards.
Is there any support, like, is there Ionia? Is there like a map of this?
Yeah, there should be a map in there of where it's located. So, yeah, this is Iona Township, and then 290th comes to a dead end there. You can see the parcel outlined in blue there. So it's off of that dead end there where the tower would go.
Thank you. Okay, the vertical bridge request for CUP 6.4. Discussion, or I would entertain a motion to.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded, and discussion. Hearing no discussion, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And motion carried for the vertical bridge club. 6.5, Blair Wires?
Yep, Blair Weir's request for CUP, an application for CUP to expand an existing feedlot from 122 animal units to 499 animal units on parcel 1400309000 and Kendota Township, was submitted on April 14th. As reviewed by the Planning Commission during the May 7th public hearing. I missed the 7th in there. And the final recommendation from the Planning Commission was to grant the CUP with the conditions below. Options are to grant the CUP with the conditions, develop findings to deny the CUP, or remand it back to the Planning Commission. Recommendation was to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and grant the CUP with the conditions below. 1, the applicant must notify Todd County Feedlot Program at least 90 days prior to construction to update and review the permit application. 2, prior to construction, the applicant shall obtain the Feedlot Program interim permit. 3, proposed facility must meet all Minnesota Department of Health and MPCA feedlot setback requirements. 4, the applicant shall increase setback distance of the pasture fencing to the lake to create no less than a 50-foot vegetated buffer in the identified area of concern. 5, the air quality exemption notices shall be provided to Todd County prior to all future manure application events. 6, liquid manure storage structure shall have capacity of no less than 12-month storage. 7, in the event of manure spill or other discharge, the applicant must notify the county and the Minnesota duty officer immediately upon discovery of said discharge. 8, the applicant must abide by all other applicable federal, state, and local standards. 9, the applicant must obtain permitting and/or licensing from additional government agencies as necessary. 10, the facility owners must maintain registration every 4 years and maintain compliance with the Todd County Ordinance and Minnesota 7020 rules. 11, any future livestock, lot, or barn construction will require the review for compliance by the feedlot program prior to construction or install. 12, the conditions of the CUP must be disclosed at any future landowners or real estate transactions. 3, the applicant shall maintain and adhere to an updated manure management plan, setback map, soil sampling, manure analysis as required by the MPCA feedlot rules. And 14, that clean water diversions for rough water be installed by the applicant and approved by Todd Soil and Water Conservation District.
Okay. The Blair Weir's request for CUP increases the animal unit count. And he saw the conditions. I open for discussion or motion to move this forward.
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman.
I'll second it.
We got a second coming down the pipe. We got a second, okay. And discussion?
Yes, not on this map, but on the map that came out from planning and zoning, there was an area that was really close to the lake. I believe when reading the feedlot, the open feedlot will no longer be existing.
Right,
So that should actually help.
yeah.
Adam, you want to get background on this? Just,
Yeah.
On that topic?
yeah.
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, so he has open lots right now, and if there's any questions, Blair's here too to answer, but he has open lots at the moment, and they do have some runoff concerns. And so his plan is to close those, seed them down, it'll become pasture, and then what's gonna be built here with the expansion is a total containment, or total confinement barn with under barn manure storage. So it'll be total containment, and then further, the area of concern that was referenced in those conditions is along the shoreline of Ferry Lake, and he's gonna put essentially an exclusion fencing there so that the 50-foot buffer there will be maintained between the pasture, not the open lots, the actual pasture and the lake, and the open lots will be gone, except for a very small portion that's concreted that will be the receiving area to get in and out of the barn.
Okay. Will the total building be on slatted floors then?
Yes.
Okay. And is it enclosed or is it air venting? I asked that
Yeah.
question because my dad had a slatted floor barn and we lost a whole herd of hogs in that barn
Sure.
because of the gas.
It's
When they
open-sided.
agitated. It's open-sided.
And it's all naturally ventilated, right? Yep.
Okay.
He's got a bubbler on the bottom of the pit to constantly agitate that.
To constantly, yeah, okay.
When they're, the amount
Yeah.
of research the applicant put into this one was quite impressive.
Yeah.
You were state to state, looking at different facilities and started in 22, I think you said, or 20, yeah, right in there. So it was a very well thought out project, and yeah, it was,
Yeah, because I know when Dad went in and put the agitator in the first round, the whole barn of hogs were killed, yeah.
Gas.
So, yeah, gas.
All right. We had a motion and a second, right?
Yep.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. Let's take a voice vote. All those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. 6.6, U.S. Solar request for CUP.
All right, U.S. Solar's request for a CUP. The application for a CUP to establish a 10-megawatt solar farm on parcel 28,000,1000, and this is 0 there, I believe, in Wycombe Township, was submitted on February 5th. The application was reviewed by the Planning Commission during the March, April, and May public hearings, and the final recommendation from the Planning Commission was to deny the CUP based on the findings identified below. Options are to deny the CUP with finding, or approve with the conditions, or table the item for future consideration. So the recommendation would be to adopt the findings of the Planning Commission and to deny the CUP based on the findings below. One, that the county's vision under the 2030 comprehensive plan to create opportunities for growth through the support of economic development while enhancing the use of the county's cultural, natural, and commercial and agricultural resources. In talking about the economic development, the 2030 comprehensive plan identifies the need for good paying jobs, the desire to create good opportunities and professions to allow the youth to remain and search for methods to help develop agricultural business and business which benefits from being in an agricultural production area. The county board finds that converting farmland to a commercial use, a solar farm, does not support this policy because it's not providing economic growth as identified in the 2030 comprehensive plan. 2, surrounding property is farmland, and the proposed use would impede the ability of nearby farmland users from expanding onto the property. The proposed use, however, would not impede the ability to orderly develop the property for residential, since it is approximately 1 mile from the closest city. 3, the applicant has not met the burden of showing there is a need for this proposed use in Todd County. The applicant indicated the energy would be locally generated and distributed energy. However, it did not note the need locally for the energy. No evidence was provided showing the local energy grid did not have the current capacity or ability to serve the users. 4, section 1.02B of the Planning and Zoning Ordinance states of the purposes of this ordinance is to protect, preserve, and develop economically viable agricultural land. Additionally, the ordinance states that the purpose of the AF1 district is to provide for and protect areas of the county where commercial crop and livestock, agriculture, forestry, large tract recreational activities such as hunting, snowmobiling, horseback riding, etc., and wildlife habitat and natural areas are the primary uses. The board finds that converting agricultural land to a solar farm does not support these purposes and actually inconsistent with the purpose. 5, the record developed during the public meetings and before this board contained insufficient inconsistent evidence by the applicant to support the granting of the CUP, including negative economic benefits to the area. Got to get my stuff in order. Okay, that's it. The only other thing I wanted to note for option number 3, tabling of the item, it would put you in a position where you have to make a decision at the June 2nd meeting, I believe, because we would be running up against our 120 days to make a decision at that point. So that's what I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. 6.6, U.S. Solar request for CUP. I would entertain motions or discussion at this time.
Mr. Chair, can we have discussion before we vote on this?
Of course we can.
Great. I have not really been involved in watching this really closely. I read it yesterday. My concern is the landowner, are we taking their right away from what they can do with their land? Okay? They have a right to do with their land as they see fit, and I've always said that since I've been a commissioner. Now, sitting on this board, I also went through with my mom and dad as far as platting the backside of our farm by Lake Osakis and watching them get pounded on about taking prime farmland out of production. We weren't taking prime farmland out. It was sandy, it was rocky. We were within 1,000 feet of the lake. So my thing is here is you have somebody that's coming in, they want to do something that's probably outside the box with these solar panels. That's her right. And if the variance board approved it and come back to the planning commission and they denied it, the question you gotta ask is, okay, why did the variance board approve a variance and why did the planning commission deny it? You can't come back and say, well, it was because the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is just a piece of paper. That's all it is. It's a guide. It's not law. It's a guide. So when you're sitting down and you're trying to tell people, ooh, you can't do this with your land, you can't do that, we have to watch what we're doing. If this is violating, like we had one with water, okay? We had to deny that because the water was affecting the neighbors. Is this affecting the neighbors? No. It's not. It's their right. If they want to put sheep in there, they can put sheep in there. If they want to, well, I wouldn't put goats in there. Goats would probably climb the damn solar panels.
Goats kick a lot too.
True.
They kick light bulbs out in barns if you don't clean the barn out.
Mm-hmm. So anyways, my point is, you know, you got to look at stuff and say, okay, what is right and what is wrong? This is the right of the landowner to do whatever she wants to do with her land. It's not impeding on her neighbor's rights. So I'll be honest with you right now, I would support passing this, so I will not deny it.
I'd like to have a little discussion as well. As somebody that has been involved from the very beginning, every day, as a commissioner's duties, I kind of remain guarded from the get-go to let the process get put in place. For the P&Z board, I don't like to get my opinion out there right away. I don't want that to influence them one way or another. They have a job to do and they do it well. This one they've worked feverishly on their research month after month after month. And the meetings show that. And we do have significant opposition in our area as far as the phone calls I receive, the emails I receive. At the Planning and Zoning Commission, yes, we had opposition in the first 2 or 3, and then last one, it was May 7th. So I imagine most people are probably in the farm or in the field planting. But it doesn't mean the opposition just goes away. It's still there, it still continues. They're promoting economic benefit. They throw out $20,000 as a number. I understand that, but also our economic benefit for keeping production, prime farm ground, which is defined by USDA, not by Todd County, in production. The benefit for that is the local businesses, the Todd County residents and citizens, as far as what a ag land does. You know that too, Commissioner Newman, as far as seed, chemical, fertilizer, fuel, parts, repair. It's real businesses, real people. Those are dollars that are coming right back and staying here. There's a concern I have with the amount of inconsistent information, meeting after meeting after meeting. I have a concern with getting packets upon packets of pages and documents dropped on us 24 hours prior to a meeting of different information. The inconsistency of the acres and of the lease determination or duration has been wrong. I have read and read and read, and so has this planning commission board. This denial did not come easy for them. It came from doing their due diligence and trying to do the right thing. It doesn't come easy. What they promote a lot in their presentations has been cherry-picked from the comp plan. We could do the same thing and make the whole thing subjective. The information that's been given to us saying that the farm ground that's on is not meeting USDA average for Todd County has been incorrect, meeting after meeting. With that board, they have done more work on this application than anyone I've seen in my 4 years of sitting on there, being their liaison. The big thing I really have is the fact that they're promoting for the economic benefit for Todd County and for Wycombe Township. Wycombe Township has yet to have a stance on this one way or another. And when you don't have a stance on it as a township, that does not say you're in favor of it, but yet we're being told they're in favor of it. Nobody has contacted us as commissioners or the P&Z board and said they're in favor of this. But yet the applicant and US Solar keeps saying Wycombe Township is in favor of that. There's no documentation of that. I think it's very, you can make the argument that if you approve this, you open a can of worms, because the amount of farmers that have called me and says, if this goes through, I'm applying for a variance next, and you're gonna have 10,000 acres of solar panels in Todd County within a year. I understand that that's being very emotionally reactive to this whole situation, but, and then there's the argument that every variance goes through, or every variance has to go through the process of the getting granted. And who are we to cherry pick which variances are good and which ones are approved and denied on that Board of Adjustments? I think this is a very, very sensitive topic, and I think it requires an entire board to vote on this. And I know the BOA that night was missing 2 board members on it. I'm not saying that's why I approve, but I think it's something with this magnitude and this impactful to the county has to have a full board. So I would make the motion to table it until we have all 5 commissioners present at our June 2nd meeting to make a final vote on it.
You made that motion?
I made that motion.
Okay. We do have a motion. We would have to get a second to.
I will second that motion.
Okay.
And I would also make a comment that I did attend a lot of the planning and zoning meetings. I was in attendance. There are some very, very good questions that they're asking. There was a lot of time, a lot of effort put into the planning and zoning decisions. So we will go ahead and second this, and hopefully we will.
Okay. I just would like, we have a motion to second, but we have more discussion if you like. I'd like to have as much discussion, because to get to the answer, it's all the research and discussion we gotta have. And it's good to have this on administratively, that we are talking about this. If there's no discussion, it's not really, there's really not an opinion then. So keep more discussion today, and then we'll take a vote on his motion. So you have more to say, Randy?
Is this gonna be taxed ag or commercial?
Can you answer that? I actually have that in the folder if you want me to just read your comment. Okay.
I didn't bring anything with me today, but the applicable acres underneath the solar panel would be taxed as commercial property. Along with that, Those acres would be subject to a production tax that goes directly to the state of Minnesota, as well as our commercial tax that would stay here in Tack County. The remaining acres on the farm would remain agricultural, provided that they're used in that manner.
So would
It'd be a
the,
split class.
Would they be zoned ag, or zone commercial then?
That's an
They're
Adam
taxed
question.
commercial?
No, it would remain as an agricultural zone. Solar farms are identified as a conditional use in that, I can't remember if it's AF1 or AF2, but either zone, it's identified as a conditional use. There'd be no change to the zoning of the property.
so Mr. Chair, what would be the assessed value then of this project? You have any idea?
The infrastructure itself is personal property, so the only thing that we would value is the land itself. The panels do not provide, panels, windmills, cell towers, those are all non-taxable personal property by statute.
By statute.
Okay. I got a couple questions. I might need help from the applicants too. You know, we had a letter yesterday from, I think, Attorney Miller. Is that your name, Mr. Miller?
No,
What is it?
Kelly.
Kelly, I'm sorry. Why didn't, I don't know why I said Miller. I think I knew that. I gotta find it. Hold on a second. That there was,
If I come
yeah, feel free. Got 4 chairs. So there was a letter sent to the commissioners. And by the way, Gene, I never got a letter from you. You said you sent letters to all commissioners. I personally never got one. Just maybe it's you, United States Postal Service. I don't know, but I didn't get one. So
Mr. Chair, if I may, would you please have them state their
yeah,
name for the record?
Yeah, please, for the record, introduce yourself and.
Thank you, Chair. Timothy Kelly, I'm with the Stinson Law Firm in Minneapolis on behalf of the applicant.
And Tina.
Tina Munson with US Solar.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Denise. In the letter that we received, or the communication we received yesterday, there was a note about local support for the project, that it was presented at the Wacom Township, and the township supports it. Did we get documentation of the support, or what is, when you say they support it, what was that? Was that a vote? Was that something in a record written? I'd like to know what that support is.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what transpired at the township meeting, but we require applicants to go to the township just to present the project prior to submittal of the application to the county. So I believe that the township signed this application, which I can confirm here, but that signature on the application isn't necessarily, I don't know if I have it in here, is not necessarily a support. Yeah, they attended in November of '25. But that is not necessarily an acknowledgement that the township supports or does not support. It's just an acknowledgement that the applicant attended a township meeting. I look back through the minutes, and there was a township, I believe he's a township clerk, attended the meeting. And in reading his statements, he never made a definitive, I'm here on behalf of the township, but he is a gentleman that is on the township board.
Well, that's too, I mean, he came as a personal, he's not representing Wacom Township at that, in his opinion there. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
I
under-
can't
is what I'm
definitively say
understanding,
that,
correct?
but if you look at the minutes, you can see what was said. But he is just a local guy and came and gave his opinion on the project, but he never made a definitive statement that he is.
I'm not gonna draw the parallel. I'm gonna assume he's here, that he's representing Wacom Township. If he's representing Wacom Township, he needs to declare that that's what he's here for supporting. If he personally supports it, wonderful. I love the Green Bay Packers. I personally support them, but, you know, sometimes I don't take that in Minnesota.
Can we clarify, Chair?
Well, please.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Munson.
Thank you. So yes, we did have to go to the township prior to the variance meeting. And so I'm not sure how you guys receive your information, but that is the document. And at that meeting, the township did not express opposition or concern. In fact, their primary comments, and Jean was at the meeting, so if you really want the details, she can bring them forward. But essentially it was, this is her land, and that's fine, and we support that. So that's the language that happened there. You obviously have documentation that we actually for sure did go. So I apologize, if I've been talking about it and the commissioners or the planning commissioners did not have that document saying that, of course, we went there. So
And I was never looking for apology. I just, if this is going to be submitted as that there's a support, what you're saying is that they didn't express concern. That doesn't mean they said they supported it either.
I
And
think they
so
did
we have
both.
some legal documentation that's given to us that clearly states that Wycombe Township and the township supports it. Okay, so I'm just making sure that what support is not expression of concern or, hey, it's your land, do what you want with it. That's not saying they're approving it. So I just wanted, for the record, this is what was submitted to the 5 commissioners yesterday, that I got at least yesterday. And so, as a admissible record, I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page. They didn't express concerns, what I just heard, but I didn't hear about a vote or support or whatever. But one person came to a planning and zoning meeting as a personal, in his personal capacity, and said he thought it was a good idea to supported Gene.
And to clarify, my
Please.
letter does say that gentleman was speaking in his
Yeah, I do.
personal
It says
capacity.
personal capacity, it
Yes.
does, yeah.
And the meeting before the very application went to your planning and zoning board, they supported how the property owner wanted to use her property for the project. That's the basis for the statement. So there's no, that's an accurate statement.
I had a couple.
Doesn't that need to come from Wycombe Township? Every CUP has to do this process. Every CUP has to go through to their township and let them know. So getting that signature, that's not saying support or whatever. That's just acknowledging we've been there, we did this step, check it off the box, or check the box. What we've had in the past on larger CUPs is the township writes in a letter or makes phone calls, or will call a P&Z director and they'll give a verbal statement over the phone on the record. That's showing support. That's saying none of that was done. Calling the director, calling any of us or that with stamping your name on it, Wycombe Township, yes, that's support. Telling a landowner she can do what she wants with her land is not factual support. We don't have nothing of that.
Can I ask Tina, can I jump in?
Yeah.
Tina, I think you're the US, how does US Solar maintain their panels?
Maintain the panels, Chair?
Yeah, how does, I think I can't remember where, forgive me, it's somewhere, you'll have to go through maybe the planning, but talked about, I think it was some part-time employment would be used to maintain and repair the solar panel. Apologies, but I'm just curious, what does that process look like when you maintain a solar panel?
Chair, Commissioners, so I'm going to interpret your question as an operations and maintenance, so how will we
O&M,
operate and
yeah,
maintain
thanks, yeah.
the
It did say
facility?
O&M too.
Yeah. So we have pretty standard procedures where we have usually like a quarterly check where we go and we actually check for hot spots and whatever it might be. I'm not an electrician, so I'm not gonna,
That's fine.
don't ask me too many
I'm not either.
questions.
I don't mess electrical.
But we do also remotely monitor it. So we have, we're able to remotely monitor if something goes down or what have you. There is additional checks that happen to make sure the site is clean and that the fence line is clean and that there isn't any issues.
If it snows 6 feet,
Yeah, so
blizzard of 87 or whatever, what happened? How did the panel get cleaned off?
so we don't typically clean the panels. They're usually here in Minnesota, they're pretty self-cleaning, right? So we have enough rain, so we don't have any dust. So in that season, in the winter, we don't typically do much. If we would do anything or, at other companies, I have seen them use some sort of essentially like a leaf blower to blow the snow off, but
Rock them or shake them or nothing like that?
no, nope. And we'll plow we have one road that goes right down the middle, so we'll plow that to make sure that we can get to the primary pieces of electrical equipment there for any sort of repairs or issues. But all of that is calculated into our revenue machine, right? We know how many days we're gonna have dust or we're gonna have clouds or we're gonna have snow. And so all of that is calculated into that, but that is generally how it's maintained. And then the sheep will help maintain the vegetation. And, you know, as we have shepherds on site, they also do a number of sort of checks themselves on what's going on, and are there gophers or whatever might be a problem. I don't know if you have gophers here, but we have those on other sites. So those are the sorts of things that they help ensure that there's another set of eyes on what's going on the site.
Thank you. You know, remember, when was that, 2 or 3 years ago when that huge wind came through and Pro-Ag, basically the building basically blew up and landed 17 counties away?
Yep.
How does a solar panel company handle a storm like that when the winds are just, you know, like we're in Florida or something, you know? How does that get handled? How do you make sure that the panel is secure or whatever?
Chair, Commissioner, so every location in the United States has a wind loading engineering assumption. So if you go down to Houston, Texas, you got a lot higher wind loading because you got a lot of hurricanes, right? So, and then you design your site to that wind loading requirement. Are the bleachers on your local baseball field designed to the wind loading? Absolutely not. Is our solar farm? Absolutely. So we do, you know, our piles, the piles that go on the ground are on average 12 to 14 feet deep, and we have about 6 feet showing above ground, give or take, kind of depends. The panels, of course, are they are attached to the racking. There are opportunities at times, depending on your manufacturer, you can actually put them in a stow position, which is a T position, so they're less, you know, otherwise when they move, they're kind of, you know, they're kind of at this angle.
Can they be
Hopefully everybody
locked?
can
Can they
see.
be going to some type of lock position?
Yeah,
or-
so they go lock into a stow, so
they're-
that is an option. It just depends on the manufacturer at the end of the day.
Who's manufacturing these solar panels?
We have not selected final panels, but the racking we typically use is called Array Technologies, and they are an American-made, American company that we've been using forever.
We've got a proposal, but we don't know who the manufacturer of the solar panel is yet. So what would that solar panel be made of? What are the components of that solar panel? What chemicals and what components are in that solar panel? But we haven't chosen one yet. I'm just,
So the panels are essentially commodity. So we're using a commodity. So
Okay.
they're a polysilicon is the type. We have tier 1 manufacturers that we work with. We have a lot of supply, as you can imagine, after One Big Beautiful Bill, we have significant supply chain nuances that we do our best. I mean, we really, if anybody wants job security, come on over to supply chain management. So,
I'll tell my kids that. They're
yeah,
looking at that.
or electrician, that's also a really good one. Those
Right.
power lines need a lot of electricians. But those panels, so they're all essentially the same thing for the most part, and it's just a matter of, are they American-made, or what pieces came from what countries, whether assembled in the US. We have compliance questions around China. There's all sorts of components that the industry is learning to adapt to in the moment, but they're all tier 1 panels. So one thing that we can do, I mean, first of all, there are no hazardous materials. We've walked through that at the Planning Commission. What I can commit to, which is, you know, there are certain toxicity testings that we can absolutely commit to making sure that whoever we ultimately select does those tests, you see the results. I'm fully committed to doing that. That is no problem. We feel very confident in what we have, and we have over 100 facilities in the country, so we feel very confident about ensuring that we aren't polluting and creating problems in the long term or short term for any community that we go into.
I think for me, like you know, like I said before, the answers to all these things are through the struggle.
Through the what?
I'll call it the struggle, right?
Oh.
Research, questions, back and forth, you know. And so I, you know, there's a lot to this. One of the things that I would think that would be important for constituents and myself to vote on this is to say, okay, we understand the solar panel composition, and that I know in my research that there are very hazardous chemicals that do go in the manufacturing process of solar panels.
Sure.
Now, they don't necessarily go in this, they're just used in the manufacturing process. But I'm not sure who else is, where else. I think something good for, if this were to get voted on and tabled, would be for us to understand the component, man, what's in the, what's, because we're not, like I said, you're not an electrician, I'm not an electrician, I'm not a solar panel guy, but I've done enough research to say, okay, I want to make sure that those very hazardous chemicals are not in the panel. Somebody put it in, and maybe you have it in there, in the P and Z notes, and I've overlooked it, but having that would be, part of the question and answering that I'm trying to get to say, hey, this is good, this is not good.
Yeah. And Chair, I'm happy to verbally continue walking through this, but
Well,
I think that maybe I can provide you the information that we look at, we try to use.
That'd be great.
We try to use like federal information, from the EPA or whatever, so that you can sort of see that it's not like, it's not from us, it's from a general perspective. I think you're right in that there are hazardous materials or chemicals that are used in the production of, but they're not ultimately in it, so.
Or they're in some type of glass-proof deal, I understand.
But there is, it's kind of
We don't
like
know what
what's in your
panel you're
phone.
picking.
What was that?
I don't know what panel you're picking.
Yeah, so I will tell you for sure, we
we're
are
gonna
not
vote
using
on
for
something
solar
that has
panels.
uncertainty.
I can tell you for sure, we're not using for solar panels, which is a thin film type construction that does have what's called cadmium telluride in it, and that is a whole different beast. We are not using those, and you can put a condition in to make sure that we are using a polysilicon. I'm also very happy to ensure if there's a condition that we show you who we're using and give you the additional toxicity testing, happy to have that condition. What I will say is the reason why we don't have one, we have partnerships, but the assumption, and we need to buy on the market at the right time. So sometimes the partnerships we have are appropriate, sometimes they're not. But again, we have these
I buy a
rules
lot
changing.
of paper and I wait till the best paper deal comes around, or the next boat from Chile or Peru or whoever's coming, the paper come, I get it totally.
Yeah.
Business, that's your business. So.
And we also have rules that are still coming out from One Big Beautiful Bill. So we are still trying to adapt and ensure that we meet all those rules, particularly from prohibited foreign entities such as China, Iran, and the list. You guys know the list. So we're we got a lot moving.
What's that?
I have a question, if I can.
Of course.
Okay. During a planning and zoning meeting, I believe you're leasing the property for 20 years, is that correct?
So, Chair, Commissioners, we are leasing the property. The way our leases work is that we have an initial period, and I believe it's 25 years.
Okay.
I believe. I don't have it in front of me. Sometimes that changes. And then we have extensions on the backside. So we have usually 3 5-year extensions. That's not always how every negotiation goes. So without it in front of me, I can't confirm, but that is our standard format.
Do you ever sell your lease to another company, is my question.
No, we do not.
Are we working with someone now, in 5 years working with someone else, or vice versa?
We do not sell our lease, no. But for example, in theory, we could sell the whole project. We won't. Our plan is to hold on to it.
But you could.
But we could, and that's why it's under a USS Eagle Bend Solar LLC, so that it's basically anybody that buys our project buys that LLC and then has to comply with everything that's under that. So it has to comply with your permit, and I'm sure your staff can confirm that. It has to comply with the lease. It has to comply with our agreement with Minnesota Power. It has to apply with our agreement with Minnesota Power to attach to the power lines. So we create a separate entity in that way to ensure if there is any sort of change of ownership, that they have to comply with that. That's the reason why it's sort of done that way. So that we give you protections as a local jurisdiction.
And the power that's going out from these solar panels, where are you connecting? You're connecting to?
The existing grid will come to us onto the site, sort of where the road is on the site plan.
I went around, so I know exactly
Perfect.
what you're
So it'll
looking
go
at.
up onto the power lines there, and then that power is on the distributed grid, so that will stay locally and used locally as it moves its way back to Eagle Bend substation there, and then also distributed within the town first. So it's not one of those big projects that send it halfway from, it's halfway into North Dakota and sends it down to the Twin Cities. This is a locally used power.
Okay.
I have one more question. I believe just one more question for US Solar. Does US Solar use drones to monitor their equipment and aerial photography to check on like the efficiencies and things like that?
That is a good question, Chair. I have not heard that we do that, but I do know that there are companies that do that. So I can't confirm. I suppose if you have any restrictions or
You may wanna-
requirements on drones that we would, and we chose to do that, we would absolutely follow
I
those.
think the US Solar, from my research, says they use it, but I'm not sure. Maybe I might not have a legitimate, you never know what you get when you look online, so.
Well, we may use them for pictures, like marketing pictures, but I don't know if we fly them and look for, I mean, we might. I'm not entirely
Drones
sure.
equipped with infrared cameras frequently scan solar arrays,
great.
rapidly spotting internal defects, damaged modules, electrical hotspots without the need for manual, time-consuming ground inspections, which I'm assuming might have been the quarterly inspection you might have been talking about,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure.
So it sounds like
So-
we might use drones. I don't know where you got that, so I can't confirm or deny that, but, it's one of those technologies that this industry is certainly using. They look for hotspots and other
I think I
things.
went on, I'm a big Twitter dude, I went on Grok and I super grokked it and it said, I asked, how does
You gotta be
US
careful with that.
How does
I've had a
US
lot of false
I looked at
information.
the statements about how much labor or part-time you're gonna, and I said, how does US Solar maintain their, unless there's another US Solar, maybe there is.
I don't know if there is. I don't think so. I hope that we don't have the same name as another company.
Should be.
Yeah, really, in
So,
theory.
yeah. Okay, well, we have a motion. I'm sorry, any other further discussion, anyone? No.
I just have one more thing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. 3 public hearings. This thing was submitted in February 5th of '26, and nothing from the township in writing at all. I mean, that would have been a really big benefit if the township would have voted yes or no on this project, so.
But if I can, Randy, I think what we told the townships when we were so concerned about having the townships informed of what was going on in their area, we told them they did not have to make a choice, vote for or against anything. It was more of a concern of ours that they knew what was happening. So that signature does not mean one way or the other. It just means that they were present at the meeting. And that's what we told the townships that it meant.
Right. Yep, and the whole intention of that was to make sure we got comments if the townships wanted to submit comments in a timely manner, because they have them throughout the course of the month, but our meetings stay the
Exactly.
same.
Exactly, and that's
never
what I've been
submitted.
pushing for
Yeah.
since I got in. You gotta have notification from the township, yes, no,
And-
indifferent.
And that was just notification that they were there.
Mr. Kelly, I see you've been writing many, many notes. I would, here's what I would hope that someone could help with, because one commissioner's not here, and we could have a discussion, or Jackie can coordinate a quick discussion later today, as soon as possible. I don't want answers to these questions the Monday before our next meeting. I want the answers, the board would like ample of time to review some of these questions we've asked and their answers to them, so that we can come to that meeting in an efficient manner and say, you know what I mean?
Chair, that's more than reasonable, and I can understand the frustration with receiving that letter on a Monday before your Tuesday meeting. For explanation of the timing, we were waiting for the board's agenda to be available online, whether that was Thursday or Friday. I spent a good part of my weekend getting that ready, so it'd be ready on Monday morning.
You missed a good weekend, it was nice out.
But no, I understand. It's more reasonable for you to ask something farther in advance than the day before the meeting.
We see this.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I make a recommendation on that?
Yeah.
I believe our board actions would be due next week, Wednesday, for that June 2nd meeting. Do I have that right? Would that work for you guys? So if you get it to me by noon on Wednesday next week, I would have ample time to put it in the board packet, and I can just submit it to you guys right away. But it would also be in the board packet for submittal for that June 2nd meeting, if that's.
That works for
Okay.
us. I guess, Chair, if I could, well.
Yeah.
you guys
By
hand
the
up for itself.
27th?
Is that what next week Wednesday is the 27th?
Yeah, but see, you get it 27th, we won't get it
That's
until.
not, no, that's
No,
not.
but I'm-
no,
I'm
the
saying I
27th 's
can-
not, doesn't work for me. I would like to see it by the 25th at the latest, possibly the 22nd.
Okay.
You know what? This is what it is. When you would like to things, you have to, I keep talking about the struggle. If it's worth it, you have to do the work. Everybody has to do the work. We have to do the work, you have to do the work. It's Tuesday, 3 days from now, we all have staffs, have them jump in, okay? We will make sure, I'm not gonna put an unreasonable time frame, but we need to have a reasonable time frame too. So,
The only concern about the 25th would be that's Memorial Day. So I don't think anyone.
20, we'll work it out, okay? I'm not,
Okay.
we didn't
Yeah.
set a date, but we're gonna work it out. 27th, I'm not excited about, but
I think we can commit to getting it to you very quickly. Actually, Chair, if I could,
yes.
there's
you
been
were-
some discussion around the variance and some information, and I've sort of I just want to address that, okay? So what I did to find the average yield is I went into the USDA report builder. And I cannot recall how I got to the number I got. So I can't recreate it. So I am here to, there's like, this is, I don't know, it is a report builder, so it's very likely that I selected a couple things and maybe I did that, incorrectly. I think what's really true is that the average that I think Planning Commissioner Watland noted is, of course, the correct average. That being said, the point at the variance still stands, because the point of the variance that we made the discussion at the variance hearings is that there's an average, and just because you have land that is defined as prime, soil defined as prime farmland, it does not always produce yields that are what you would believe prime farmland, or one would believe prime farmland would produce. So it's prime, it's because it's primed if drained. The site is not drained, it is a wet site. We are below the average. So I think I just want to clarify that. I kind of felt like in the Planning Commission, I wasn't quite sure if there was wanting me to respond to it or not. I didn't quite sure, no, but it's been brought up a number of times. So I feel like I should just address it at this point. But again, the point still stands of what was made at the variance hearing. We all know that that hearing has been completed and done, but there you go.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've been thinking about that one a lot.
Adam, P and Z and Jackie will coordinate, or probably P and Z more than anybody will coordinate what,
And then relay the message.
exactly.
To them on when we want it.
Okay?
So just to be clear,
And
we
everybody
had
will be reasonable in timeframes.
Sure.
panel material, we had,
Toxicity testing.
yeah, the
and stuff.
toxicity testing, so that, yep, okay. And
Yep,
then-
and then I don't know if you wanted to, the other
Address
discussion was
drone,
on.
address.
Oh, the township, yep.
Wind, address,
Disposal of
load.
panels.
The wind
address Tim's concerns.
Yeah, I just,
on the economic
yeah,
argument.
Yeah, well, yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
just me, I think I got them all.
And we will,
Bring
and
it up.
like, you got Adam's number?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Sorry, Adam.
okay,
Thank you very much for your time this morning.
And I
Chair
heard
Byers.
Commissioner Becker say disposal, but I didn't catch what you had said.
Disposal of the panels, if one gets cracked or if you have to replace one,
Take it, sure.
where's the place of, they're going to be disposed of.
Thank you. I just heard the word. I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very
If
much.
Thank you so
commissioners
much.
have additional questions, maybe you could email them to me and I can get them.
Okay,
Yeah, we'd want those ASAP though, if we're trying to
Thank
meet a
you.
timeline. Thank you.
you bet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We're gonna move on to number 7, facilities, the entertainment pavilion addition of concrete. Okay, Mr. Johnson. Good morning.
morning, Mitch.
Good morning, everyone.
Did we vote on
I have one item for you, and
Yeah, that's what we didn't
the
have to.
entertainment pavilion addition of concrete. The background is, the Facilities Committee is recommending the addition of concrete to the entertainment pavilion area. And at this time, I'd just like to approach the screen so you guys, there's a few options we can go from, because there was some options that were requested during the time. So just before I go up there, so one was just to do the entertainment pavilion area. That was option 1. Option 2 was to add 10 feet out the south side of the building. That was an option that was asked to provide. And then there was another option for a 20 by 20 foot area of concrete for like potential, for the corn feed type area. So I wanted all those options provided to me by the contractors that bid it. And then if you go Denise, if you would scroll down, please, to I think page 83, 84. This will help you scroll down a little bit more. If you would, it was more please, one. There was provided information. Oh, okay, well, I copied it off the board packet. It should have been. Does one have the summary? There it is. I apologize. Are ordered different than what I thought. So if you scroll down a little bit, Denise, you can go to, and I've highlighted, so this is our cost for all options. You can see the low bidder of that. So that would be options 1, 2, and 3 obviously together. Scroll down a little bit, Denise, if you would, to the next page. Options 1 and 2 combined, the low bidder, and then only option 1. So obviously only option 1 is the option with just an entertainment pavilion, which is a different low bid. Option 1 and 2 is a different low bidder, and all 3 options is a different contractor. So I just want to provide those for you and give you clarification on what you're actually voting on. And now it's your option to whatever one you would like to choose.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we have a little decision ahead of us here, or discussion at least.
Yeah. Mitch,
Yeah.
do you ever use sentence to serve to help pour concrete, or?
We
I was thinking about
have,
that the
I
last time
talked
when we
to-
did the seal around the building.
Yep. So I talked to Lee about this particular pour, who is our STS crew leader. He said
Right.
this one is too large, especially the entertainment pavilion, that he wouldn't be able to maintain or do anything like that. You know, you could opt to only do that and then have the option of Lee doing the additions to the 20-foot pour. That's something he could handle, or the 10 feet outside. But that's totally up to you what you would like to see done. But those, for the time being, we had all the options provided by the contractors. So, but yes, I did reach out to Lee, but this project, the main frame of this project was too large.
And I believe one of the main reasons with that main part of it wanting to be cement is for anybody with a wheelchair or getting in there
Correct.
walking. It's the same-
Accessibility,
the benches-
bleachers, all those different types of things were played into it. The one thing that I wanted to note on here, Commissioner Byers had asked me to reach out to the contractors for timeline, and really their timeline for all of the contractors was very up in the air. You know, it was weather dependent if they could have it done by fair time. I will definitely push very hard with whatever your decision is to try and get it done, but I'm just letting you know that they couldn't commit to anything. It's their busy season. A day like yesterday puts them a day behind. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Thank you. If I might, I was a little shocked at the price, you know, but I had some personal stuff bid too from these gentlemen, different people, and it's pretty much in line by the square footage. Concrete's got expensive, but the other thing to consider is you pour the slab, and for 20 years, or hopefully, it's gonna get used, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at $1,000, break it down in by year, like an investment today of $20-some thousand is gonna be, we used over 20 years. It's not like it's a rocking chair or a futon that gets chucked out. I mean, you're gonna have that investment and the benefits for 20 or plus years. So, you know, I think that's something to consider.
Over the past couple summers, we've had, it seems like we get more and more complaints about, or concerns, I shouldn't say complaints, concerns about wheelchair accessibility and safety concerns and whatnot. And then that's said it is a large number, but Commissioner Byers is correct though, as far as the investment option of it too. It is.
You know, the other thing is, it would be great to hear even more great comments about our fair. Like, you know, Todd County Fair, you know, you can go out there and I could take my My mother-in-law who has a walker or an air tank or whatever, she can enjoy the music. They really can't do that now. They gotta stand so far behind or, whatever, and
Question.
if we want to be thought of it as the county, these are those things we gotta do. And I'd rather do 25 here than 250,000 one year, and we gotta really shot to the system, so, anyway.
We strive pretty hard on keeping our level of services high for our county, and I think our facilities should kind of match our efforts too within the county, so.
Well, we could either discuss further, or we could entertain a motion. I'm open to either one.
You know, what, I will make a motion for the, for all options. What is it, Busker Concrete for 26,000? Is that correct? Am I reading that correct?
Yep, correct. That would be,
I-
so
I-
if you're choosing all options, so that would be the
I think
20-foot.
it's more sensible, whatever, because if they're there on site, for the next year, if we have to have another patch put on,
Correct.
it will cost us
The-
more. you
So,
know,
so
for
two
the-
comments just to that.
Yeah.
One, for the SDS crew, you never know kind of what they're gonna have for help.
Yeah.
So that's always something that is in limbo. And yes, 100%, when you are doing a project, the larger the project, typically for concrete, the better the pricing is. The smaller the project, the worse the
Well, you're gonna
price
get a
is.
load, you're gonna get.
Exactly.
You're gonna get, it like, the two projects I had, if you just do a small 10 by 10, you're gonna get
Yep.
charged for the full load anyway, so Worms is gonna charge.
Correct, because there's a
Buster,
minimal
whoever.
load charge in every
And
concrete
then we're
job.
serving food, and with the place where they're serving
Correct.
the food and so forth should be under concrete. You know,
Correct.
It just makes sense.
You made the motion, yeah.
Yes, I did.
Option 1 and 2, Busker 23,250.
It'll be
Oh,
the total
option
cost
three.
option.
My-
Yep, you'd have to scroll up a little bit, Denise, if you would.
All options.
I got you,
Right there, all options.
my bad.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. I'll entertain any further discussion. No, I check. Okay, let's take a vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye,
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
thanks,
Have a
Mitch.
good day.
As well.
Next up is County Assessor. Couple abatements to talk about.
Morning again.
Morning.
I have two board actions today to present. They're both abatements. We're going to start with abatement 30-000-2000. The background on this is Alexander Kellen Jr. has filed for an abatement on parcel 30-000-2000. Mr. Kellen's homestead was removed in error for the 2025 assessment, taxes payable in 2026. The resulting difference in property tax due to the non-homestead classification is $194. Your options today are to approve the abatement as presented in the amount of $194 or to deny the abatement.
Okay. First is the abatement of that property number that Mr. Odden has given us, and we need a motion to approve or discuss.
I'll make a motion to approve abatement as presented.
Is there a second out there?
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, here, no final discussion. We'll take a vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. 8.2, please.
All right, thank you. Number 2 is an abatement for Prairie Community Services. Prairie Community Services owns 3 properties, 2 of which are in Burrillville and 1 in Long Prairie. These are group home facilities. Prairie Community Services was incorrectly reclassified as commercial property in the 2025 assessment, taxes payable in 2026. All 3 parcels should have been listed as exempt. This error resulted in a combined property tax bill of $28,853. Prairie Community Services has filed an abatement applications on all 3 parcels and have requested an abatement for the entire amount. Options today are to approve the abatement of the 2026 property tax on parcels 30-400-6600, 30-400-6700, and 36-402300, totaling $28,853. Option number 2 is to deny the abatement. The recommendation is to approve as presented.
Thank you. 8.2 of the Prairie Community Services, the recommendation is to approve the abatement. I would need a motion to do that.
I'll make the motion to approve the abatement.
And a second now is needed also.
I'll second.
Motion is second. I'll ask for any final discussion. Hearing no final discussion, all those in favor can signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Next up is some ag and ditch business. Good morning, Nancy.
For Nancy.
Good morning. I have 3 agenda items today.
Okay.
First one is acknowledge receipt of County Ditch 44 hold harmless agreement for ditch maintenance. Background, the hold harmless agreement and the aerial photo recommendations. The Todd County Board of Commissioners approves the following by motion. Acting as a Todd County Ditch Authority, acknowledge receipt of a hold harmless agreement application from Lyon Family Farm, Steve Burscheit, and Dale Lyon to clean a portion of County Ditch 44 in Section 34, Round Prairie Township, and Section 3 of Birchdale Township.
There we go. Cool. Okay, we have a recommendation to acknowledge receipt of the hold harmless agreement on there, Birchdale.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. We got a motion, and now we need a second.
Second.
And that second has been received by Mr. Denny, and discussion. I hear no discussion. All those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And we'll take it.
All right, thank you. The next 2 agenda items are discussion topics. And the first one is the County Ditch 18 brush spraying project. Actually, did I do, nope, I did the wrong one. The County Ditch 19 brush spraying project. County Ditch 19 was last sprayed for brush June of 2017. The cost of that project was $8,050. It's time to spray for brush again. I will get an estimate from the contractor and bring it to a future board meeting. And this is just discussion. And I did send out letters for anyone that wanted to be on the no spray area so that I can take that out for the estimate.
Okay, yeah. Great, let's do it.
And then the next one is the County Ditch 18. And that one was last sprayed July of 2020. The cost of that project was $6,757.32. Time to spray for brush again, and on the same thing, I will get an estimate from the contractor and bring it to a future board meeting.
Mr. Chair, you have to act on these.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you need a
I
motion
didn't have
for her
any-
to go out to get a bid? Is that
Well, it's
for Nancy?
discussion, but you still have a presentation that you're doing here.
Okay, so I didn't know that I had to make, there was any decisions. I thought it was just, because I was gonna bring it to the work session, but then there wasn't a work session today.
Okay, so you're,
So I'm just
So
doing it
this
as a
is basically a
discussion.
work session.
okay.
So it's basically,
So you're just informing
I'm
them?
just informing, yep,
Okay.
Discussion.
just
So it would
discussion.
have been just the checkbox of
We would like you to get, we would like you to get bids, I believe, right, Board?
Yes.
Board wants you to get bids.
All right,
Let's
Okay.
go bids.
thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome. Good to see you.
Yep.
Okay, we are moving along to number 10, solid waste, and a couple items here. We got both Chris and Mike here today.
Look at this. Full crew.
Yeah. Okay, 10-1, final payment.
Thank you, Chair. So we received a request for final payment for High Tech. They're the general contractor for the CAP grant construction project. And for the project, there's the whole project, which includes other parties, but this is exclusively for their final payment. Their request is to get paid $201,198.14. So there's a variety of things that we're required to receive from them, like consent of surety, IC 134s, lien waivers. And we've gone through that with our consultant, and the consultant has recommended that we proceed with final payment. So we haven't included all the documents in here, but the actual pay request itself is included. The amount of change orders that we've done on this project are the ones that were previously presented to the board, so there's no change there. I'm not sure if there's any more questions you have, but we're here to recommend final payment to the contractor.
Okay, well, any questions, commissioners?
I'll move it.
You gonna move it, Ward? Okay. Randy's asked to move it forward and make a motion to approve the final payment for CAP.
I'll second it.
Okay, Tim's gonna second. I'll ask for any final discussion. I'm hearing no final discussion. Take a voice vote. Those in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. 10.2, please, award the landfill seeding.
Okay, the second item we have is, the background is the vegetative stand on the new landfill final cover did not establish well, and the MPCA wants a different seed mix used. The department has requested quotes from businesses, Doucette's, Pratt's, Four Seasons, and Schneider to mold, fertilizer, seed, spray, and maintain the grass. We received two quotes, Doucette's for $9,962.50, and Four Seasons in the amount of $27,730. This work needs to be done sooner than later in the summer. It will be hotter and drier and harder to get this seed to establish. Options are to authorize award of the project to Doucette's for $9,962.50, or do not authorize the award of the project. It is our recommendation to authorize award of project to Doucette's for $9,962.50. And this is a budgeted item.
Okay, Commissioner, this budgeted, the low bid is $99,6250 from Doucette's, and they're recommending that we approve that. Can I get a motion to do that?
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Denny, we have a motion from Mr. Denny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Becker seconds, and any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please do.
Send a bill to the MPCA. I mean, we already seeded this once. They didn't like the damn seed. So now we gotta reseed it again at our cost. That is just bull crap. It is. I mean,
I'm laughing at that. I agree with you. That's an agreeable laugh, sorry.
It was their approved seed mix last time too, wasn't it? Yeah.
somebody didn't like our grass seed, so it's like, okay, let's make Todd County pay 10 grand to frickin' reseed it. Just my opinion, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, any further discussion? Besides their giggling, myself included. Okay, let's take a voice vote. All in favor can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks, guys.
Agenda item 11 today is administration. We have some important business here. It's all important, but just as important. 11.1 is the LES deputies contract.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Todd County negotiations team recently met with the Law Enforcement Labor Services LELS deputies, and they successfully reached a tentative agreement. Key highlights of the agreement include the cost of Minnesota paid family and medical leave premiums will be shared equally between the employer and employees, with the employee portion deducted through payroll. Employer contributions for dependent coverage will continue to increase in line with previous trends. And 2025 single insurance will remain fully covered for employees, but starting in 2026 and 2027, employees who choose the high-cost single plan will contribute $25 per month. A new 11-step salary schedule will take effect on the first full period in January 2025, with employees placed on the step in their grade that provides an increase plus one additional step. Cost of living adjustments or COLAs are set as follow: 2.5% in 2025, 3.5% in 2026, and 3.0% in 2027. And a cap on sick severance will be implemented for employees hired on or after January 1st, 2025. Your options would be to adopt the tentative agreement with the LELS deputies, or to not adopt the tentative agreement with LELS deputies, and the recommendation would be to adopt the tentative agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a recommendation before us to approve the deputy's contract. We need a motion to move that forward.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Denny, and now a second is needed.
I'll second.
Commissioner Becker gets a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, the wording a tentative is this a final draft? Or is
Pardon
this-
me?
Well, your wording is to adopt the tentative agreement. So is this the final agreement?
This is the final agreement.
The final
Mhm,
agreement.
It's in the board packet, and it'll be ready for Commissioner
Oh, I see
Byers'
what you're
signature
saying.
afterwards.
Well, tentative to me means it's pending.
Yeah,
I was clarifying.
the recommendation would be to adopt, not the tentative agreement, but the final.
Final.
The final agreement, which was, yeah, through arbitration, so.
Thank you.
Everyone still okay with your motions and your second?
Yeah.
We're gonna do the final agreement? Okay, it's on record, we're doing the final agreement.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second, and there was a little discussion. Is there any more discussion? Good catch, thank you. Okay, hearing no discussion, we'll take a vote. Those in favor can signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. 11.2, Todd County and Sourcewell.
All right, so a few weeks ago, Jackie Ock, our Health and Human Services Director, had reached out to me and had mentioned that we would like to move forward with Todd County becoming a full voting member of the Board of Sourcewell Board. At this time, Crow Wing County is the other county that is a full voting member, but they're always looking for more county involvement. So it's kind of a win-win for us to become a part of the board. There's no cost to do that, and it allows us to attend the meetings and to vote. Also, going forward, only full voting members will be able to participate in the Sourcewell Regional Rebate Program, which is where you get 1% rebate each fall on purchases made through their cooperative purchasing service on an annual basis. Last year, Todd County did receive a rebate of $335.58 for purchases we made in 24-25. That's only going forward. We have to become a full voting member to receive that. And also, we can claim free items on a government deals prior to them being offered to general public. It's an auction site for public surplus for Sourcewell. And so full voting members also get first access to any of the assets on that. So, and that's free, first come, first serve. And they have a kind of a sale each quarter that they announce to full voting members. So to become a full voting member, there is an application to complete, pretty straightforward, but also the board would need to adopt a resolution. So my board action form says that the purpose of this form is to request authorization for Todd County to complete and submit the application and adopt the resolution to become a full voting member of the board. And then this would again give us an opportunity to participate more fully in regional collaboration, governance discussions, and strategic initiatives through Sourcewell, while strengthening partnerships that support operational efficiency, and then the cooperative purchasing opportunities I mentioned, and shared public service goals benefiting Todd County residents. So your options would be to approve completing the Sourcewell full voting membership agreement and adopting the attached resolution, or to not approve, and the recommendation would be to approve.
Thank you. Board, we have a recommendation to complete the Sourcewell full voting membership agreement. Entertain discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion on this to become a member, but are we going to have another board action on who we appoint to that position, which I think we should?
Well, just, I would say, for sure, I mean, I think that person has to apply, right?
So what we'll do is, if we move this forward, then what I would do is specify once they accept our resolution and our application, then I would specify with them, is there a specific person that you would want to go to those meetings, or can various commissioners go? They do also have a secondary step in the fall where they are looking for a specific person of the commissioners to become a member of the board of directors.
So they want to hand pick
That will be
board.
in the fall where you would, a specific person would apply for the board of directors specific. This would be as the county itself becoming a member of their board representation.
I will say Jack Yak did approach me and ask me if I was interested in being on one of these two deals, and I said I would, but I just think it's important that Todd County themselves has a seat at the table because some major funding decisions going on that, you know, do we want to get some of the real prime rib or do we want to get the grizzle and the fat that falls off the side? I kind of want the prime rib myself, but y'all want to eat grizzle, go ahead.
You made a motion to approve, Randy, I'll second.
And let's have a, you know, a pointer or what did Randy said?
Yeah.
Somebody's might be perfect for that position.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Barbara, you gonna say something?
Well, you know, I look at the regional part of regional government, and there are things that are going on right now that are forcing us, especially financial, that are forcing us to look more at regional, doing things a little bit different than outside the box than what we have done in the past. And that's the part that I still want us to maintain our, as a county, you know, that we have the rights to vote as we want as a county. But I understand, like it or not, how the regional part of it, and I see it going in corrections right now because of financial reasons, which is a shame. So, yeah, so I split difference, have different feelings, so, yeah.
Okay. Well, we have a motion, thank you, and is there any more final discussion from, I don't think there is there? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thanks for the discussion, everyone. Lastly, before standing reports, we'll talk about the addendum to lease for Long Prairie Hockey Association.
All right, thank you, Chair Byers, and also Commissioners. I'm also have asked the Long Prairie Hockey Association President, Mr. David Wright, is joining me here at the table. So the Long Prairie, a couple work sessions ago, if you remember, the Long Prairie Hockey Association had come to the work session to ask about utilizing and renting 3 of the rooms at the Expo building for the summer for their equipment. And at that time, I was directed to go ahead and work with Attorney Lindeman to draft an addendum to their agreement, the Hockey Association's agreement. So I began work on that, and as to set an actual cost of rent, I did reach out to a realtor locally, and my question to him was, what is the going commercial rental rate that you currently are aware of? And he quoted me a price. At that time, I shared the addendum with the Hockey Association, and Mr. Wright had reached out to me and had done some research on his own. That information has all been shared with the commissioners. So at this time, I've got a board action form, but I've left the amounts off. So just to read it, the Long Prairie Hockey Association has requested to rent locker rooms 3, 4, and 5 in the Expo building, which totals 964 square feet. Mitch Johnson did go out and measure it. The county attorney has prepared an addendum to the existing Long Prairie Hockey Association Expo building rental agreement to reflect this additional space. So the rental rate is blank per square foot, resulting in a monthly fee of blank, and this will be a total of 5 months, counting starting April 1st to September 15th. The addendum term, as I stated, is there with no automatic renewal provision. So at this time, I know that I shared a letter from Mr. Wright to you. He had also reached out, and his hope or suggestion would be a 50 cents per square feet, which equates to $482 a month times 5 months for a total of $2,410. Or within his letter, he offers that if the board chose to stay with the $1.60 per square foot, which is what I had gotten initially, that he mentions an escrow account for funds to be set aside for improvements. And if you have questions on that, as I said, David is joining me here at the table. And I'd like to have you discuss your thoughts on what that amount would be if we're moving forward with that addendum.
Okay, thank you. Just, guess this is open for discussion at this point, because I don't know what number we're looking at here, really. This is. So the going rate for storage is 50 cents a square foot? Is that what I just heard?
Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. The going rate just kind of varies throughout the area. Midway Storage down by Little Sauk is at 0.32 cents per square foot. BS Storage Rental, who has rental units in Long Prairie, Swanville, and Little Falls, is at 0.375 a square foot. And Wildman Properties, Jamie Flan's organization, is at 40 cents a square foot for storage. So my proposal was, I know that the county is not necessarily in the rental business and they're not landlords by trade. So I proposed a 50 cents per square foot as opposed to the original 160. Or as Ms. Bauer stated, if we stayed at that 160, the Hockey Association has been part of this building for many, many years, and we really appreciate the cooperation we've had with the county, and we'd like to continue to improve that building as well. Those classrooms / locker rooms were not improved when the building was improved 4 or 5 years ago. So we would be happy to pay the $1.60 per square foot and have 40 cents per square foot of that go to the county for whatever use, and then the rest of that $1.20 per square foot would go into an escrow account or a building maintenance account specifically for that building and for improvements of those rooms at some point. And even with that amount going into your escrow account, the association would still be willing to put more money into it in the future too, to work cooperatively too. We have a lot of people coming into this town, and it's a source of pride, and those rooms really aren't very prideful. We'd love to get those things cleaned up and looking good.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Please, go ahead.
I think when we look back, and I realize that the Hockey Association puts new people on, presidents and board members, as time goes by. But when I look back, and I believe it was when we redid it to COVID money, the total locker room area had never been cleaned out. We had a terrible, terrible mold problem to the point of the fair almost being canceled because of the mold and because of the cleanup. At that time, we had our county attorney write us a contract, and the contract was between the county board and the Hockey Association, and we agreed to these terms. Everybody was in acceptance. Before that point, it was always, is hockey going to remain or is hockey not going to remain? And I think there was a year that hockey could not even skate in that building when we were doing the repair of it. The county has never come back and asked hockey to change that contract. But as I sit on this board, I see hockey coming just about every single year. We want matting back on the floor. We want our classrooms turned into locker rooms. This building was built for other uses besides the hockey, and I'm not opposed to having the kids skate. Fantastic for the kids to use it, hockey or non-hockey. The hockey that's being done in there is also a Long Prairie sport. I represent other areas than just Long Prairie. So with that, I'm going to make a motion for denial.
Commissioner Becker, we are aware of the mold that we did. We put, I think it was $9,000 or $6,000 or $9,000, I'm not sure, I wasn't part of it, in 2016. And my understanding is that that mold was from the roof that was never repaired in 1999 from a hailstorm. that the county did receive the insurance money for. That's just my understanding. I'm not completely sure of all of it. That's a little before my time, or in between my time.
It was mold under the mats, unbelievable. And I don't know if Denise, you were with us. In matter of fact, when we had the hockey going to clean out the buildings, we had to ask him to come back and clean out the area where the compressors were because there was all kinds of broken glass in there. The hockey has been asked not to go into the milk room area, which through the years, they've always gone into the milk room area and had their belongings in that area also. And like I said, I made a
Like I
motion
said,
for denial.
you are absolutely correct that we have different leadership every year. I am the new president. I have been involved with the association for about 5 years since my youngest children got involved. Through that time, by the milk room, we do keep our Zamboni, our ice resurfacer, but the actual milk room has always been locked since I've been there. So I don't know, or I can't speak of that.
As a point of clarification, the motion to deny which part? Like, I think this.
The motion for denial for the rental of the locker rooms, locker room
You don't
3,
want
4,
hockey
and
in there?
5.
That's-
No, I really don't, because
Well,
by them
that's
cleaning
not what's
it
on
up.
the board action form. We're talking about the contractual number, right?
Well, as my
What's-
understanding, we're voting if
The
contract, if they can rent rooms 3, 4, and 5 at the expo building.
So I understand that the proposal from hockey, there's two numbers they're talking about, 50 cents a square foot, which is 10 cents a square foot higher than what current storage is.
But we have never gave them
And
the,
the second proposal is to do the 160 or whatever it is, which is
we've never
4 times the
given,
number, and they put that money in escrow for repairs and maintenance or whatever.
so that they could put mats down on the floor so we can have a mold issue again? So that they can turn the classrooms into locker rooms? And they've come back with that too, that they wanted to put lockers back in. They wanted to hang hooks in there.
I
We
know this-
denied that at a board meeting.
Every
I mean,
time I
every
broke a
single
window,
year.
every time I broke a neighbor's window, my mom, dad had paid the insurance, but did that, that mean I couldn't do it, couldn't play baseball in the neighbor's backyard?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
If you read the first sentence, the Long Prairie Hockey Association has requested to rent locker rooms 3, 4, and 5. And I'm voting for denial of renting locker rooms 3, 4, and 5.
Mr. Chair, if I may clarify as clerk to the board, you are actually voting on approving an addendum to your already current lease that you're letting the Hockey Association rent these classrooms, locker rooms from April 1st through the summer till September when they take over their original lease. So this addendum is a lease agreement that we're adding to our lease agreement. Just to clarify what you
The
two are
current
going,
lease agreement runs through what?
September 15th through April 15th.
And I presume the locker rooms are cleaned out right now, because it's past April 15th.
Mitch, I wasn't there for the tour. Is the,
Commissioner Becker, back in March, we were here and we asked about rental of this, and the board did action that we could rent the building back then.
No, you were at a work session. No decisions are made at a work session.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Well, the way this works is there is a motion on the floor, and we need a second to be denied.
I'm going to second it, and I'll tell you why. The commissioners voted years ago to have that area cleaned out, okay? We paid $1.5 million to fix that facility up, okay, of taxpayers' money, as a county as a whole. So hockey ties that facility up for 6 months out of the year, okay? The city of Long Prairie has absolutely nothing that size to hold any functions. I'm surprised they haven't held any functions, because when I first got in, they had a home garden and sports show there, and a roof leak so frickin' bad that Enos had to keep moving his caskets around so they didn't get wet. So, hockey's got to understand, they got to work with us. We're trying to keep that open. We don't want to go backwards. We want to move forward. okay? Where's the school sitting on this? You know, is hockey a school function? Is it dictated by the Minnesota State Education, hockey, whatever?
The school does have a boys and girls high school team that utilizes the rink as well. They do not pay any rent to the association. They use it for free. All the rent and all the costs come through the association. We raise our money through selling sandwiches and pull tabs, correct? And as I stated, we are 50 to 75% less than any community within 70 miles. And you get further, it's even more into the metro for association fees. We are charging about $75 for an 8-year-old to play hockey all winter long. In St. Cloud, you're looking at $600 for that. So we try and do our best to get as many kids involved, and it's not just Long Prairie. We have kids from Osaka, Swanville, Burrarville, Eagle Bend. We have one child that goes to school in Bertha that comes down here and plays hockey with us. We open the rink every Sunday for free for open skating to anybody to come, which is not a precedented thing with arenas. Usually it's a minimum of $5 to use the rink to skate. We want to be inclusive to everybody and use this rink. We understand it's a county building, it's not ours. And we're very fortunate that we have this facility to use. We would never be able to come up with $20 million to build our own rink. But we want to put as much into this building as possible to continue this relationship with the county.
But that's the key right there, is that working with the city of Long Prairie to build a facility like this.
They're never gonna build a facility at 20 million. Long Prairie can't, the roads aren't even repaired in Long Prairie.
I'm just saying, Bob, it's Long Prairie's got to start looking outside the box. You can't just keep relying on the county.
Then they should ask the kid from Bertha, the kid from Browerville, the kid from Wadena, the kid from every community should participate in that. Then why doesn't just Long Prairie?
Alec is building another sheet of
You're
ice.
gonna kill a sports program. for
First
kids.
of all-
Let's go out and skate at 50 below outdoor rink and freeze our nuts off.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on those locker room classrooms, we don't have anybody else coming to our board looking to use them, utilize them, let alone willing to pay rent and maintain them. At our last work session, we talked to the Long Prairie Hockey Association about insurance, I believe, and, you know, if there was a mold concern, why couldn't we just have an insurance on file? If that's a concern, we could almost treat this like a CUP if you wanted to, or we could do a quarterly inspection. I'm not trying to, belittle anybody. We could have, facilities go through it if that was a concern. If it would appease people. But this is, you saying that they are trying to work with us by adding additional dollars and being proactive by putting money in there to help take care and maintain. That's more than we're doing as a county. We're not putting money in escrow to maintain those locker rooms, classrooms. We don't even use them.
Okay, if I could.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not asking for hockey to leave the expo building.
Right.
This has got nothing to do with the hockey. It's got nothing to do with the skating. It's got nothing to do with the kids. I'm just concerned that once you take those rooms out and you use them for storage, you will never have anybody ever wanting to use them again. The first few years, people didn't even know that they could use those buildings. They use them during the fair, putting food up. They're unaware that they're available. There could be 4-H project meetings going on. There could be, no one knows that they're available to use.
That's not true. You know what? I talked to Heidi Aggo at the 4-H. I said, Heidi, what do you think about this? They could use it, no big deal.
Yep.
Who else is gonna use it? Egg Board?
Egg board, same thing.
You're not there during fair, Egg Board.
No. And those green boards are leaving and everything, so they're just.
I don't believe that. No offense, Barb, I do not believe that.
But why not get something out of them? Why not we make a use for them? You could set up with conditions.
Listen, we have.
And we did. We set up with conditions that they had to be emptied during the summer. They'd be aired out, so there'd be not a mold problem. That's the way it was. And I guess at this point, I'd call the question. I have a motion.
You know what? Here's the deal, the way this works. We have a motion. We have a second, a vote will be required. So if there's further discussion, we'll do it, otherwise we'll take a vote, and based on the vote, we decided, and then from there, the Hockey Association and the county can talk about how we're gonna, which way it goes, so. At this point, we'll ask for a voice vote. All those in favor can signify by saying, all those in favor of the denial can signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion did not carry.
No,
Denied.
denied. Tide is denied.
Thanks, David. We'll get back to it.
Thanks, David.
Okay, standing reports are up next. County Auditor Treasurer, please.
We have just been super swamped with taxes, which is good to know that money is coming into the county. Just so taxpayers are aware, there is a turnaround when you send it in the mail. They're not posted immediately the day. So there is a little bit of a lag, and we have done all our deposits up to date. Now there's a slow period where we have to wait till settlement is processed. So I'm just letting taxpayers know, if you're not seeing that money go through your bank right away, you can give us a call. But that, if you just sent them on the 15th, there may be a few day lag. It's not gonna happen right away is what I'm trying to say. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks.
County Coordinator, please.
I'm just going to take my time because I've been asked by Health and Human Services to please just remind the public, there's a public community event being held on Thursday, May 28th from 6 to 7 p.m. So that's a week from Thursday night. It'll be at the Long Prairie City Hall. And it is a environmental monitoring meeting put on by Central Byproducts, and they will be talking about the MPCA fine and monitoring that they're doing. So I just want to encourage citizens to attend that meeting.
Commissioners, Commissioner Denny?
Business as usual, nothing to report at this time.
Commissioner Becker?
I attended policy on the 6th, RTCC on the 11th. On the 11th, I attended corrections. The 13th, we had our annual Health and Human Board meeting in Wadena, which was attended by Wadena, Morrison, and Todd County Commissioners. The 14th, I had Rainbow Rider, and yesterday I listened to MRC.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes, on the 7th, I attended the Central Minnesota Council on Aging meeting down in St. Cloud. Then on the 13th, I had a public health and policy meeting. And then on the 14th, we had solid waste and Rainbow Rider, and we got notified that the generator is on back order till like September 15th or something like that. And we might not be able to open the facility up because of the generator being back ordered, which is just stupid. So that's all I got.
Okay. I attended the City of Long Prairie and Our Way meeting on the 6th. 7th, we had Finance Committee. The 11th was Todd County Development Corporation as well as personnel. 13th was Department Head. 13th was a busy day, Department Head, Morrison Todd, Community Health Board, Parks and Board that night. Soil and Water met on the 14th. And what we had, we met yesterday too as a team about solar, so. That's all I got. At this time, I'd ask for a motion to move to close this one or move to closed session, however that goes.
Yes, you would get a motion to move to close.
Yeah,
Make a motion to move to closed session.
is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Move to closed session. You guys lead in the weeds on that. This is Okay, the time is now 2:03, and I would need a motion to reopen our board meeting, please.
So move.
And I need a second then also.
I'll second it.
Got a motion, a second. Any discussion about reopening? Hearing no discussion. All in favor to reopen, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're reopen. And to close out, I now ask for a motion to adjourn our board meeting.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
And discussion. Hearing no discussion, all in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned.